It's 5:04. We will call the city council meeting to order. City clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson.
Present.
Councilmember Kaji.
Here.
Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Lewis.
Present.
Councilmember Matucci.
Here.
Councilmember Shake.
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, counsel with legal counsel, existing litigation. 14B, real property, conference with real property negotiator. 14C, conference with labor negotiator. And 14D, 14E, 14F, public employee discipline, dismissal, and/or release. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code 54956.9D1, 54956.8, 54957.6, and 54957. We'll return after closed session. Thank you.
Officer Keller. We also remember crossing guard.
Good evening. We've been in closed session. City Attorney, do we have any actions to report?
Yes, Your Honor. The council voted 7-0 to deny an appeal and uphold a suspension. They'll be brought back for findings of fact and conclusions of law on June 4th.
Thank you. We will now reconvene our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. Item 2, the flag salute and the invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there's anyone here in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hands so we may recognize you. Please remain standing, and we'll have the flag salute led by Councilman Kaji and the non-sectarian invocation by Councilwoman Kalani.
Right. Hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father, we commit this meeting to you. As we discuss the affairs of our city, we ask for your will to be done. Enlighten us that we may accomplish our tasks to serve our city, its residents, businesses, and visitors. We ask for your blessings in everything we do. Guide our thoughts, words, decisions, and actions towards the correct paths. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you both. Item 3, I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 4, announcement withdrawn, deferred, and our supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm Mr. Pine, City Manager. Item 9B from City Treasurer will be rescheduled for the meeting of June 18th. There are supplemental materials available on the city website, torranceca.gov, for the following items. Item 7, oral communications, and item 8A from City Treasurer to accept and file investment report for the month of March 2024. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. Tonight's adjournment will be in memory of Maureen O'Donnell. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Maureen O'Donnell, who passed away on May 18, 2024. Maureen was more than just a beloved member of our community. She was a dedicated public servant and passionate advocate who served in various influential roles. Maureen was elected to Torrance City Council from 1992 to 2000, during which she made profound contributions to our city. She served on the Municipal Area Express Policy Steering Committee, Employee Relations Committee, Finance and Government Operations Committee, just to name a few. Her commitment to public service was unwavering, and her efforts were recognized when she received the prestigious Jared Sidney Torrance Award in 2014. Jared Sidney Torrance Award recipients are chosen by the mayor to recognize their continued service to the community throughout their lifetime of leadership and education. Maureen's legacy extends beyond her official duties. She was a compassionate advocate for all residents, tirelessly working to improve our community. Her efforts in local government were driven by a deep love for our community and the desire to see it flourish. With an academic history at Gardena High School, El Camino College, and the University of Southern California, Maureen pursued a career in education, teaching in the LA Unified School District from 1966 until her retirement in year 2000. She continued to serve the Torrance community in her role as a TUSD school board member from 2001 to 2005, then as a trustee for El Camino College from 2005 to 2013. Maureen's leadership and vision helped shape district policies and programs, ensuring every child had access to quality education and resources. Maureen's dedication was recognized through numerous awards, including the Presidential Achievement Award presented by President Ronald Reagan in 1982, Torrance YMCA Woman of the Year in 1994, and the Shakespeare Medallion from the Torrance Performing Arts Consortium in 2010. She also received the City of Torrance Senior Volunteer Service Award in 2010. One of Maureen's notable quotes encapsulates her spirit. At some point in my childhood, I decided to devote my life to helping people. Helping others is truly what God wants from us, and performing God's work is more important than the goal of pursuing wealth or fame. While her absence will be deeply felt, her legacy of service and compassion will continue to inspire us. A funeral service will take place on Tuesday, June 4th at 10 a.m. at Nativity Church in Torrance. Our sincerest sympathy goes to the O'Donnell family, her friends, and co-workers. Her long-lasting impact on the community will forever be remembered. Thank you. Next item is regarding our electric vehicle charging stations. The city is excited to announce the news that it has begun upgrading its electric vehicle charging stations across multiple locations throughout the city. As the previous chargers have exceeded their expected life cycle, this upgrade with Blink Network is part of the city's commitment to ensuring continued access to essential EV charging infrastructure. The project continues our 1 mile, 1 charger project, ensuring that every EV driver in Torrance is never more than a mile away from a charging station. Work has already begun at various locations, and we ask that residents and community members be aware and plan accordingly with the scheduled upgrades. Beginning this week, this will impact Walteria, McMaster, Columbia, and Wilson Parks, along with the Civic Center in downtown Torrance at 1350 Post Avenue. Each upgrade takes about 2 to 3 days. If you see one of these locations under upgrade, please use the nearest alternative for charging. We encourage everyone to download Blink charging application through your mobile device, either through the Google Play or Apple App Stores. Thank you. Next announcement will be from Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. The International Citizen Diplomacy of Los Angeles is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to foster international understanding and cooperation. They help facilitate professional and cultural meetings with more than 100 countries each year. I proudly sit on the board of the ICDLA and am excited to announce that they were recently awarded a special project called, quote, Indo-Pacific Secure and Sustainable Infrastructure Program for Ports. Visitors are expected to travel from Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Vietnam to Los Angeles from June 8th through the 13th. As part of their special program, a business mixer will be organized inviting representatives of the resources such as the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach, women in international trade, consul generals, as well as ICDLA members. I would like to propose that the City of Torrance co-host this mixer and waive the facility rental fees, allowing ICDLA to use the Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center on June 11, 2024. Co-hosting the ICDLA mixer provides Torrance with the opportunity to strengthen its international ties with key countries in the Indo-Pacific region, as well as enhance diplomatic relations and potential partnerships that could benefit the city economically and culturally. Do I have concurrence?
I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. It's very, I like that. Just question, I think in the past, we allocate some budget for these kind of activities?
The Office of, the Honorable Chairman, City Manager, Councilman, the Office of Economic Development could cover the cost. And given the timing of this event, we're asking for direction and concurrence tonight, as we can't bring this back in time to advertise the event for a vote of the council. But this is something we could cover.
Okay. So we're not touching our existing budget that we had?
That is
about
correct.
10, 11,000.
This will be outside of your
This will be
community
outside.
plan.
Be coming out of your pocket.
Our city budget, yes.
Okay.
It's all of our pocket.
That's our pocket, yes. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Councilwoman Lewis?
Thank you.
I just needed to go on the record and disclose that I am an employee of the Port of Long Beach, and I also sit on an advisory board for the Women in International Trade. And I would love for the group to come and visit Torrance, but I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record.
With that, I believe we have a 7-0 concurrence into funding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. The City of Torrance was recently presented with a unique and generous gift offer from one of our corporate citizens, a donation of a beautiful mural to our city. The mural is currently located in downtown Torrance at the Wells Fargo Bank on Satori Avenue. It serves as a pictorial history of Torrance and the South Bay, including Palos Verdes and Rancho Dominguez. This mural stands about 10 feet high and 16 feet wide. Accompanying the mural is a key that explains each of the images that are on the mural. As Wells Fargo plans for a future remodel of their downtown Torrance facility, they do not intend to keep the mural and would like to instead provide a new home for it. I would like to seek concurrence from my colleagues to accept this donation for future placement at a city or community facility. May I please have concurrence?
That's a 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shake?
Thank you, Mayor. This Thursday, May the 23rd at 10 a.m., LA Metro Board of Directors will discuss and vote on the locally preferred alternative for the Sea Line extension to Torrance project. The City Council has taken a position to continue its support for the right-of-way alternative. I urge everyone to attend and participate in this meeting and provide your comments directly to the Metro Board. Torrance Transit will be providing buses on Thursday to bring members of the public and any elected official to the Metro Board meeting. Buses will leave at 8 a.m. sharp from the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center located at 465 Crenshaw Boulevard in Torrance. For more information, please visit www.trendingintorrance.com/C-Line. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next one will be from Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. May marks National Mental Health Awareness Month. It is a month-long campaign to increase awareness of the importance of mental health and wellness in Americans' lives. It's also dedicated to reducing stigma surrounding behavioral health mental issues. Mental health is a crucial component of our overall health and well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and act, and it influences how we handle stress, relate to others, and how we make choices. By acknowledging Mental Health Awareness Month, we are showing our commitment to support the mental health of our community members. This includes advocating for access to mental health services, promoting mental health education, and fostering an environment where individuals feel safe to seek help without fear of judgment. I'd like to encourage everyone to take this opportunity to educate themselves, support those who may be struggling, and advocate for policies that improve mental health care. Together, we can create a more compassionate and understanding community. You can get more information, tips, and resources from the National Institute of Mental Health or NIMH. Thank you.
Thank you. From the City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. On Memorial Day, Monday, May 27th at 2 p.m., the Torrance Historical Society will conduct a memorial service for Torrance service personnel who gave their lives in U.S. military actions. The program will take place on the Memorial Plaza at the corner of Torrance Boulevard and Maple Avenue and will include the reading of the 146 names on the wall, plus the 5 new names recently added. Those names include war losses from World War I to those in the Iraq and Afghanistan War. With the help of a handful of volunteers, the Torrance Historical Society is continuing to gather and preserve the too short life story of each of the Torrance military war casualties. To date, the organization is halfway to their goal of putting a face on each name. This project was initiated by former board member and World War II veteran Jerry Ronan. Since Jerry's passing, 2 dedicated volunteers, Kurt Wiedemann and Dennis Piotrowski, have taken over the project. Based on many months of research by Kurt and Dennis for the Names on the Wall project, 5 additional Torrance heroes were identified whose names were not on the Veterans Memorial Wall. With the city's approval on September 15, 2023, the 5 names were added and 9 misspellings were corrected, now bringing the total names on the wall to 151. The 5 new Torrance names added to the wall are Thomas Walter Beecham, Russell Willis Browning, Christy Palika, James Doran Sanders, and John Robert Wolverton. On Memorial Day, we will be grateful for the gift of those who never came home. We will remember every day as Memorial Day. The service is free and open to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And for our final announcement will be from Chief Dumais on the refinery siren testing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Dumais, Fire Chief. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert Siren System Wednesday, June 5th at 11:30 a.m. That's 2 weeks from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all clear chime will be preceded by 2-minute siren tone test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, you will hear the sirens. We encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside. Close all windows, doors, and vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, social media sites, and through the Torrance Alert system. If you're driving, continue to drive. Close all windows and vents and set air conditioning to recirculate. Turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal the all clear message to signal the emergency has concluded. For additional information regarding the community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts, which is Torrance's emergency notification and warning system. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage at www.torranceca.gov/Torrance Alerts. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. There are no community matters, and now we're moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications are limited to oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. City clerk, it's 7:41.
Charlie Salinas.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to proclaim Torrance the most patriotic city in the state of California. And I won't run down the list of examples of why I say this. We all know, we see it, we read about it, we participate. But I would like to talk about another successful Armed Forces Day Parade. What a great event. I had to know I was riding in the helicopter. You didn't see me because I was on the other side this year. Um, I'd like to just thank everybody that worked to put this together and make it so successful again, year after year. And I know the police department has a big part in this, organizing before, during the parade, keep us all safe and organized. Armed Forces Day Parade is not to promote war. It's to show how important it is that we have a strong and qualified military to protect us from enemies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comment.
Danielle Johnson.
Greetings, Mayor Chen and City Council members. I'm pleased to announce the opening of Studio System and residents on Saturday, June 1st from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Torrance Art Museum. In the main gallery, Studio System brings the artist studio into the museum space. Visitors are encouraged to witness the artistic progress and to interact with the artists, discussing their process. In Gallery 2 in the dark room, Resonance is a solo exhibition by photo-based conceptual artist Alana Aratam. The art is inspired by the lighting of the 17th century Renaissance paintings, early Black studio photography, and historic and contemporary narratives. Because the art for Studio System are works in progress, there will be a closing reception in lieu of an opening reception on Saturday, June 29th from 6 to 9 p.m. For more information about the museum and its projects, check out torranceartmuseum.com. To support the museum, become a member and check out TAMA Talks. Go to tamadvocates.com. Thank you and good night.
Carol Gillis.
Hi, you know your Torrance Theater Company has been very busy this season, and we have our last play coming up starting June 1st through June 22nd at 1316 Cabrillo. And we want everyone in the community, on the City Council, to come and see our last play of this year, just before we have our summer musical. It's called It's Only a Play. Can you imagine creating a play and then waiting for the review? This is going to be funny, guys. So if you need a good laugh, go to torrancetheatercompany.com and order your tickets today. We do sell out fast. Thank you.
Mike Nygren.
Hello, everybody. I cannot be here during the last council meeting because I was in Palm Springs, a city where everybody on the city council is LGBT, unlike this group where one is in denial. I did watch and want to speak to the elephant in the room. George, you mentioned the reason you're opposed to LGBT pride is because you compare it to commemorating dog walking. This is deeply offensive. When did dog walkers become a marginalized community? I asked that the city perform an audit to ensure none of its citizens and employees are being left behind. Thank you.
Carrie.
Good evening. I'm here in support of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, his mama, sister Sherilyn, and Diatri Charles Ross, Michael David Lopez, Michelle Lee Shirley, Carlos Perez Victor, Desiree Nicole Garza, and Charles Chan Lee Wong, and any other folks killed by Torrance PD. Also, I know that Torrance dedicates different months during the year to many causes, and I have great curiosity if June will be dedicated to Pride for LGBTQI, and also if Juneteenth will be acknowledged as it's a federal holiday commemorating when, in the great state of Texas, enslaved people found out 2.5 years after President Lincoln emancipated slaves. Thank you.
Marianne.
If you imagine that you're attacked or assaulted or battered or violated in some kind of way by someone, would you go to their house and tell their friends and their brothers and their uncles about who did it? Is that who you would report to? In this case, that's the only option. Would you expect anything to be done in that case to satisfaction, to resolve the situation, to make it better down the road? Or do you imagine it would just at least stay the same or get worse? There needs to be a neutral body to file a report in a neutral place, not in the belly of the beast. Later on, next time, I'll talk a little bit about how I do see the firings that are going on and the things that are happening there, and how that's not.
Audrey George.
Sorry, guys. I've changed my mind. I've decided that you must never have an oversight commission. Never. Because it will cost a fortune. Oh, no, wait. It doesn't cost anything. It will add to your administrative duties, like trying to make sure fired cops that do swastikas stay fired. Oh, no, wait. The police commission would handle things like that. You would miss us so much because we wouldn't be coming every week. Although, now that I think about it, your stance on LGBT issues might require, some mind changing and activism. So, maybe don't do it. Just don't do it. Nobody wants a civilian police commission.
No other residents signed up prior to the meeting, Your Honor.
Thank you. Does anyone else from the audience wish to speak for oral communication number 1? And I'll repeat, is for items either on the consent calendar or not on the agenda.
James Henry. I want to congratulate Bridget Lewis for bringing up May as Mental Health Awareness Month. It should have been on the agenda two weeks ago, and it wasn't proclaimed on the agenda. It should have been on the agenda. Why it wasn't on the agenda, proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month for the city of Torrance, I don't know why not. You had Pride Month on the agenda, but Mental Health Awareness Month completely didn't have it. You should have had it. You can't have Pride Month without mental health awareness, emotional stability. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
This is Andy Porchop. I have to tell you I did not prepare any speech for tonight's meeting because I was going to go to Redondo Beach because they have a very important agenda over there, and I was going to just spy on them, how is it going? Because Redondo Beach want to outsource the fire department to LA County. So, as you know, they will save millions of dollars, but the fire department doesn't want this. So anyway, I did not go there today because I'm loyal. I'm very loyal to my city. As you know, I come to the meetings, I express my opinion, and unfortunately, the two meetings collided. But I'm gonna follow this thing, and you could make millions of dollars.
Any other members of the public who wish to speak? All right, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor, Mayor and council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager with the city. Item 9A is a request for council to discuss and provide direction on whether or not to allow certain exemptions to the municipal code to allow for a 2-day Irish Fair at Wilson Park in July of 2025. Council has previously directed staff to identify revenue-generating opportunities related to special events. A 2-day festival will not only bring revenue to the city in permit fees of approximately $65,000, but in the increased visitation to the city, hotel nights for those involved in the event and competitions, and patronage to businesses in the city before and after the event. The event in question proposes activities that are typically not allowed in city parks. For example, the group would like to have animals at their event, which include Irish Wolfhound dogs to be displayed, a sheepdog and 6 sheep for a herding demonstration. They would also like to allow their event equipment that they set up for the event to stay in place overnight for the weekend, and for approximately 35 event volunteers to stay overnight as event security at the park. Additionally, the group is requesting that alcohol sales be allowed during the event. And with us tonight is Mr. Griffin Healy as well as Ms. Erin Scott with the Irish Fair Foundation, who may be able to address any specific questions you have or provide more details on their planned event. And I also stand by to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. And actually, we're going to go to the public first. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop, and I'm very happy to see this thing here, because what can be better, But you are short on one thing. This should be a weekly event, for the Irish, the Italians, and Mexicans, Chinese, every week. So that way, you could reduce my tax burdens, And I just don't know why do we need a middleman, and why is it a secret guy who raking in the big money? Because, I hope it's going to be a big money, but $65,000, it doesn't seem like very big money to me for a 3-day event. So I don't know. I'm for it, and let's do it every week.
Thank you, sir. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Hi, Charlie Salinas. I'd like to support everything I heard about it, except for the alcohol. It's never been successful, these gatherings and having alcohol. And everybody else is going to say, well, why can't we have alcohol for this or that? And I myself have 25 years of sobriety. I'm a little biased about it, but I'd like you to think about that alcohol issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? If I recall, Fran, we actually brought this item up earlier, maybe a year ago. Am I correct?
Yes, yeah, the initial concept was brought to council to approve stuff moving forward, and we've met with the group a couple of times. We were looking at the different layouts that were being proposed and the elements to the event at Wilson Park. It got to the point where we hadn't come to agreement and been able to approve everything in enough time for the group to be able to have enough lead time to bring the musical acts that they plan to bring, as well as arranging the time frame for the dance competition portion of it. So they requested a delay of a year.
Okay. Yeah, originally we were going to target sometime around July this year.
Right.
That was what I remember.
Right.
Great, thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I see a long list there. Hope if we got 1 minute, sir.
I know it's tough for me to do anything in a minute. Well, not everything. Anyway, here's what I want to say about the alcohol. As a matter of fact, we've been doing this for 50 years, and we've been selling alcohol in various cities around Southern California, and we've never arrested anybody. The farthest we've ever gone is throw people out. We have several people watching that. We have a 2-drink minimum. And we have security, our own security. We have the police department, and we have several people watching the wee ones that are going to start drinking. They all have things on their arms, their wrists, and so on. So we make sure we cover that because, of course, the Irish have had a long problem with people telling us that we drink too much, which is a lot of nonsense. You can't drink too much. So at the end of the day, that's the story that I have. This with me, Aaron Scott, who is, am I still going here? Aaron Scott is the person who runs the FESH, which is an Irish dancing championship. And she'll have up to 12, you can tell them. Good, say something.
Do I get a minute? I too have not had a sip of alcohol in 12 years. So regardless of your preference, we can still support that in terms of our constituents. I should probably just go on the record saying that we are very prepared with the dance competition and everything else. We were not prepared for $65,000. So we will be fundraising for that and needed extra time to fundraise for the city fees. But we are very organized and prepared to bring all of our musical acts and get everyone together, and excited to have our fair in Torrance. It's going to be awesome. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
council members.
I think
Appreciate it.
you may just want to stay near the microphone for a little bit, because
Sure.
Knowing that you were part of the group bringing it, that's why we did not have the timer on for those who, I had to catch up a little bit. And once I found out you are the
I'm the guy,
people.
yeah.
Yes, now I remember. I remember you from a year ago. That's why we just want to make sure that the audience know we waived the 1 minute after we realized you are sort of part of the presentation, if you will.
Yes, sir.
At this moment, are there any other members of the public before I go to the council? Because I just did not recognize you. My apologies.
Are you kidding? I recognize you.
I'm glad you didn't call me Councilman Kaji then. Okay.
Not again.
All right. So with that, we have one more public comment? Okay. Go ahead.
My name is James Henry. I approve of the alcohol being served at the Irish party. It wouldn't be a party without alcohol, so therefore I approve the alcohol, even though I don't drink that much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, now we'll come to the council. Sir, if you want to, you could actually sit down. I mean, I was just letting you know there may be some questions coming back to you from the council, that's all.
I'll stick around.
Okay. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for bringing this to Wellston Park. I think that'll be a very good event. I'm a big advocate for events like that, and I think I worked with Ms. Fulton a couple of times to bringing items like that to our city. Good resource for revenue generation, and also bringing diversity and different kind of cultural events within the city. My only couple clarifying questions would be the cleanup after this event is done. I know that we have a section that tells us they will clear waste management, but how confident are we that they are responsible to make sure there's nothing left, or will we have any penalty, or how would you address that for us, please?
It's part of the agreement and the special event permit, but we also plan to have a written agreement, particularly with some of these exemptions that we're asking for from the municipal code, so we'll make sure that that's spelled out as well. And they, as Mr. Healy indicated, they have many years' experience with the event, so we haven't heard of any problems with the cleanup.
Very good to hear that. How about any damages? Do we have anything about the damages? I didn't see any.
We are requesting a deposit as well, so if there is anything that happens, we'll be able to claim that.
Thank you, Fran. And my understanding that there will be 4 stages. Just want to understand, will there be music on those 4 stages? What are the activities?
Well, let me explain. May I?
Sure.
All right, okay. Let's go back to the cleanup part. We do actually have people we hire to have baskets around the fairgrounds and we empty these baskets or bins as it goes around, and we have probably about 3 of the large dumpsters that we bring in that are filled and are taken out. It's where your dumpsters are now at the park, and we handle all that stuff. And on Monday, we're out of there, and it's all clean. It's going to be better looking than we got there. Number 2, about the damages and stuff. We, of course, are insured, and you're insured. And we have several millions of dollars that we have insurance to cover all that sort of thing. So everybody is covered, including the people that work for us, our volunteers. We're all volunteers, by the way. None of us get paid for any of this stuff. So to keep your hat on there, lad. No one gets rich doing this, I assure you. But we've also mentioned, as we are doing this, it's the first time in your city that you've had something like this. And I know alcohol is something that you want to talk about. But we make sure and we've had alcohol for 50 years. And we're Irish. It's Guinness, and that's what we do, you see, and that's part of the thing. Number 3 that I want to get a hold of here is the fact that when we set up the stages, we have 3 stages for music and 2 stages for dancing, which is all on this map that I showed you. We have Irish music. We have kind of rock and roll Irish music for the younger ones. And then we have a traditional stage, which is done without amperage, which is done with harps and guitars and flutes and things of that nature, plus some one-act plays we put on there that are of Irish origin. Our heritage department in the country of Ireland is behind us in all these things, and we do hire bands in Ireland to show them the United States that never played here before. And as the man said, it should be done by, you have the biggest Japanese population in the town of Torrance than any other city around here. So there's Japanese put on great shows. They have great things. And we're here to tell, and I've told Francis as well, to help you learn how to put on a fair. I kind of know after 50 years how to do it. So we've been having to go back and forth on this over the year, well, actually 2 years now, which is kind of a shame, but we have to get this all perfect and right because we love Torrance. We love all you guys that I've met, and we like to stay here for a few years, so we're going to do it the best we can on it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Any other questions?
Yeah, actually, let me jump in. I think when this was first discussed, I think you were discussing with me. I think I brought the oral up, now I reminded. I think there was coordination with our city staff just to bring this up. I think police department was consulted, fire department, park and rec, just to see how we can pull off such a large
Well, yes,
event
that's
like
true,
this.
because you've never done it before, and so we did
Right.
actually spend all this time at the behest of Fran as well, to talk to people and make sure that they realize that this is something that's good for the city. It's not a laborious thing, and it's not going to cost the city any money. You're going to kind of make some money. Not as much as you guys think I'm going to make, but it's going to make some money. But at the end of the day, I think it's something that you should look at for all the other people that, it's not just the Irish, we're just kind of pushy. But the Italians like to do this stuff, the Germans like to do this stuff, the Chinese like to do this stuff, George. So at the end of the day, I think that as a matter of fact, we'd be delighted to show you how we do it.
I understand. I see, I hear the Oktoberfest music in my ear already. Councilman Shake, any other?
Yes, since they're asking directions, I just want to get clarification from staff. Are you okay with having 35 volunteers camping overnight? And at the time, will we have any police presence or anything? Because that's the only thing that concerns me. We're going to have somebody to have camp there overnight. What are your recommendations for that?
The company will have security. We also will have police involved in some fashion as well. I know the community services director has been involved in the meetings as well, so we have talked about that. This would be a new thing for us, but we would anticipate that it would help with security, having people there.
So they'll be there overnight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilman Sheikh, Mayor, if I may, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Council's direction was for staff to explore the feasibility of doing these types of events.
Right.
These multi-day events that involve secured perimeters cannot happen without having an overnight installation. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean someone has to sleep overnight in a city park, but it would require security. And my understanding from the proponent is their volunteers, in some instances, will double as their associated security. So enclosed perimeter, money generating, event programming, it comes with the territory. So that's why staff is presenting this item and seeking your direction, as it was your prior direction, to see how these events can be put together.
Definitely, definitely with a couple of questions that I asked, make sure it's cleaned, make sure we have security in place, and we make sure we understand how many alcohol consumption, which they're involving our police, which I'm very confident we'll be able to do that in a very nice fashion. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think there's no doubt you guys can throw a nice party, you know, and this will be
50 years of them.
50 years of them, yeah. So no, I just want to say that I definitely support the program, the way you designed it, because you know how to throw a party. And quite honestly, you can't really do an Irish festival without dancing, music, and alcohol. I mean, that's just part of it. And you know, I just invite everybody to obviously drink responsibly, but you definitely have my blessing and you have my support. As an Italian, I say that you're one color off on your flag to make it perfect. Yeah?
Well, we tried. We followed you all the language.
But anyways, you have my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Probably a question to staff, community development, Mr. LaRock. I support this as well. I'm really looking forward to it, but would you tell me how this will sync with the farmers market and the other activities that at that time at Wilson Park and parking?
Thank you, Councilmember Kalani. In our meetings with the proponent, we have expressed the requirements that the footprint of the farmers market causes, both in park population as well as parking lot usage, and they are prepared to deal with that as a mitigation, but we are not going to postpone the farmers market for this event.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for bringing this to Torrance. I'm excited. I want to get a little sash too for the thing. What if I do the dance? You're gonna have to teach me.
You can sign up for my classes. First class is free. All are welcome. We have classes in the South Bay, Palos Verdes, and Orange County.
So maybe my cast will be that color when I finish dancing. My question is regarding parking. Parking is already tight at Wilson. What are the contingency plans for, let's just say, the tens of thousands of people that could come into Torrance to attend this festival?
From your mouth to God's ears, and thousands of people coming. We have worked with the city council, not the city council, the city police department with Fran and everything, and Fran can explain to you more about how we're going to handle the parking, including the bus station and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably just a dedicated couple of Torrance City buses to do shuttle.
We've talked about the need for off-site satellite parking and for the event coordinators to coordinate with shuttling for that, and potentially working with Scrock next door. So that will need to be identified before the event happens.
Okay, so that would probably put some expense back on the city because of the overtime for the bus drivers, the uses of the bus.
I'm trying to see, Manager, we have limitations on utilizing Torrance Transit for these types of events, but it's something we can explore. There are private operators that would have to be brought in to provide the shuttle service.
Okay, so we could get, you could contract out with another bus company.
Typically, that's what these type of fairs will do.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure what that impact was going to be. And let's talk about, just stand by, not saying anything's going to happen, but fire, EMS services, you'll have to have a contingency of those folks standing by throughout the entire event. Is the plan to privatize those as well, or are we using our City of Torrance resources?
The event coordinators would be hiring, paying for our fire staff.
Our fire staff and our EMS staff as well?
Typically, it's a private ambulance, EMTs.
Correct.
On standby, and then TFT will respond as needed for like any other incident, should there be need for emergency services.
Yeah, most likely they'd have fire watch at the event, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were covering that appropriately. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for your presentation. As a graduate of the University of Southern California, whenever I hear the term Irish, it elicits a certain reaction. However, it does. But in this instance, I'm looking forward to this event, and I hope it becomes an annual event, because I think this will be a great draw to the city of Torrance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from the council? Okay, how does the council wish to proceed?
I'd like to move that we proceed with the event as presented and allow the sale of alcohol as well. Is that a good enough motion?
We'll just okay the thing.
Yeah, for both events. Yeah, I'll let somebody else do that.
Let me see if I can help you out. I think they're requesting the presence of the animals. We're going to allow that, the one bullet, Torrance Municipal Code 49.2.7. I just want to make sure I get the item. Overnight equipment, we're going to allow that. Overnight camping, which is really part of the integrated security strategy, and the sale of alcohol, if that's in your motion, Councilman Matucci.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Yes, that's my motion.
I second Councilmember Matucci's motion, clarified by Mayor Chin.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now, City of Torrance is wonderful. I'm on my way, Chief, thank you.
Item 9B was pulled to June. We're on item 9C from the City Treasurer. Is there a staff presentation?
Evening, Honorary Mayor, Council members. I am Jasmine Allen, Deputy City Treasurer. Item 9C is to adopt a resolution establishing the 2024 Statement of Investment Policy. The City Treasurer's Office has worked with California Municipal Treasurers Association, CMTA, to enhance the city's investment policy. The recommended notable changes include using simplified and modernized language to align better with CMTA's recommended language, removal of required procedure section so the policy is used as the guide, and we also follow procedures provided by CDAC, which is the California Debt and Investment Advisory Committee, require brokers, dealers to provide proof of FINRA, which is the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority certification, allow national bond purchase to expand choices of offerings instead of limiting to local bond purchases only, clarify commercial paper purchase percentage allowed to comply with new state requirements, allow A rating category by an NRSRO, which is Nationally Recognized Statistical Rating Organization, for medium-term notes to expand selection of offerings and not restricts further than what it is already restricted by the state of California. Restrict to allow maximum of 20% in money market mutual funds to comply with state of California requirement. Require a review of securities at least annually to identify securities that are not in compliance, as some securities may not comply subsequent to the date of purchase. Align reporting requirements with the CMTA's policy and is defined in a state of California code. On November 20th, 2023, the California Municipal Treasurers Association granted investment policy certification to the city of Torrance. It's a really nice certificate that they gave us. And it also came with a press release. You have the attachments. Those are the last 2 pages of the reports that you have. This investment policy certification recognizes that CMTA has validated the City of Torrance's investment policy in accordance with the State of California Government Code and meets the program requirements within 18 different areas deemed to be best practices for the investment policies. Once a policy is received by the CMTA, it is independently evaluated using a scoring matrix by 3 separate CMTA professionals. When the agency receives a passing score, the investment policy earns the certified distinction. On January 24, 2024, the Investment Advisory Committee members reviewed and approved the CMTA certified investment policy. The Investment Advisory Committee members include City Manager, City Attorney, Finance Director, City Treasurer, and Deputy City Treasurer, as created by your honorable body. I am here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
This is Andy Porchop. I'm not a financial wizard, but I'm doing all my banking, and I have some money in the bank. Anyway, I just wonder why we have to pay so much money for these banking services. They should pay us money for handle our money, you know. And on the other side, Bank of America is not the best bank to deal with. You know, maybe the personal banking experience, you know.
That's not the item.
I wouldn't put any money in Bank of America. I don't have money in Bank of America.
Just want you to know that I think you're making a comment on 9B, which has been pushed. We're on 9C.
Oh, it's not about the...
Go ahead and finish. You got 10
Not
seconds.
about the banking?
Yeah. No. That one got pulled. That's
Oh, I'm sorry. Then what was this all about?
Okay. You get here.
All right. Sorry.
Sorry, your time is up.
All right.
I got it. We got it. Thank you, sir. Anyone else who wants to make a comment on item 9C? I don't see any, so I'll come to the council. Councilman Matucci. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
I want to thank the Treasury Department to answer quite a few questions that I had. Thank you so much. Number 8 on page 1 that you specified, there was some, to make sure all the securities are in compliance. How many securities that we have at the moment?
Councilmember Sheikh, thank you for the question. We currently have 102 securities, and they are all in compliance.
And who reviewed those?
I reviewed them.
You reviewed them? Okay. All right. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you for the presentation, and I just have a question. I was looking at the the certificate issued by the California Municipal Treasurers Association, and I'm troubled by the heading of the certificate, and I don't know if you have it, but I'm looking at some significant typographical errors, and the name of the organization is Is that also reflected on that certificate at the top?
I am investment policy certification.
I'm looking at this.
He's referring to the, it looks like a typo in the title.
Like multiple typos, so I just want to ensure that the organization is aware of these typographical errors because
I will inform them.
it really looks bad.
It is the state. It's the California state. It's a certification from state of California.
Well, when California is spelled CALILORNIA, as a starter. And then municipal is municipal.
Can it be that, give me one.
Okay.
It was an auto translation from a different language.
It's when I scanned it in, it looks different. Is it okay if I show him
Sure.
the original
Sure.
certification?
Do the other council members?
Yeah. It's correct.
I think it's the way it scanned it.
Okay, all right.
Councilman Kaji, we just lived through what AI can do to us.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
Yes. Because when we went through a scanner, the software thought it was something smarter, so like we say, AI could help you, or AI could potentially hurt us. Okay. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city treasurer.
Would you
Can
like
I have a
a-
number and title? I didn't
Yes.
finish reading my sentence. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, establishing the 2024 Statement of Investment Policy in accordance with certain guidelines.
I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-24.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. You know, we learn something every day. Sometimes we hear people say it's only software. Item 9D from the Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. I'm Jessamine Q from Public Works. Item 9D has 3 recommendations related to the annual levy of assessments for the City of Torrance Lighting District 99-1 for fiscal year 24-25. Adopt a resolution initiating proceedings to levy assessments within the district. Adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report, and adopt a resolution of intention to levy assessments and set the date of June 18th, 2024 for the public hearing. The lighting district was established in 1999 and pays for street lighting citywide. These resolutions are required annually to continue to collect assessments from properties in Torrance for street lighting. The proposed assessments are the same as last year and have been the same since 2000. For example, most single-family residential properties would be assessed $20.50 in fiscal year 24-25, or $1.71 a month. As required by Proposition 218, the engineer's report separates special benefits allocable to real properties from general benefits. Assessments paid by property owners would pay for special benefits of street lighting only. The street lighting cost of the district in fiscal year 24-25 is estimated at $1,866,272. This represents a $59,277 increase from fiscal year 23-24, which corresponds to an increase in SCE rates. Assessment revenues are projected to be $1,388,609 in fiscal year 24-25. The balance of district costs would be funded by gas tax funds in the amount of $477,663 through the fiscal year 24-25 budget. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who has questions or comments?
James Henry signed up.
In the name of transparency, the following are my public comments. On page 1 of 9D, the amount of the city parcels, $97,109, are being paid for by the airport fund, $67,000, and the general fund, $30,109. It should be duly noted that the city voted its parcels, all 97,109 of them, in favor of the formation of the street lighting district, was solely responsible for the tax passing, which now appears on my property tax bill in the amount of $20.50. My homeowner's ballot was only for $20.50 back in June 15th, 1999. It should be taken. It would have taken 4,730.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Got it. Any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? I just want to repeat, nothing changed from last year, right? Okay.
And I want to tell you, I still don't understand what is this for, or what is. Am I in this lighting district? Am I in this lighting? You know,
I think
everybody.
If you have a single-family home,
Because
you are in it.
I used to pay $8 for the street lighting in front of my house, and I don't know how much I pay right now. And I used to pay it to Edison, you know, when I bought my house. I paid $8. I don't know how much I pay, and I think this is all BS. You know what I mean? It's just, so not Edison collects the money, then you collect the money, and if you collect the money, you know what you do with it. By the way, Anza Avenue is still not paved. You know? I don't want to lose a wheel going home.
Okay. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? All right, we'll come back to the City Council. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a general question for staff under funding. The second line item is the gas tax fund. As we look ahead to 2035 and this state shifting away from the sale of gas-powered vehicles, what will be the impact on, I guess, if this is what this portion of the funding is being derived from?
Councilman Craig Belazarian. So currently, as you know, when you buy gasoline, there's a tax, and there's two taxes we collect currently. It's the regular gas tax and then the SB1 portion. So as the state looks at ways to derive revenue from less gas and more electric vehicles, that equation will have to shift. Currently, we use gas tax funds to pay for any eligible expenditure in the public right-of-way related to infrastructure, underground, above ground, maintenance, and things of that nature. So as we do the methodology and we look forward to future fiscal years, we'll do that analysis and figure out how to fund it in the future years when that applies. But currently, there are sufficient gas tax funds to subsidize what we need to pay for the district for this proposed fiscal year.
Thank you. I just raised the issue since so much of our infrastructure is funded from gas taxes, and we need to anticipate what those future impacts will be as we're moving forward and how we finance those. But yeah, but thank you for your explanation.
I think, Councilman, they're looking at some models with vehicle miles traveled, regardless of the type of vehicle, the fuel type of the vehicle, and things of that nature. So obviously, the revenues in gas tax are decreasing as electric vehicles increase.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. And also want to thank staff for answering a lot of my questions on this item. Thank you, Craig. And just for clarification, what Councilman Kaji asked, so 477,000 is also part, it is also part of general fund.
Councilman, no. The distinguished gas tax funds are separate from general funds. So the gas tax funds are separate funds that we receive from the state.
Okay.
And that is an eligible funding source to pay for the balance needed to cover the cost of the district above and beyond what we're allowed to legally assess to property owners.
Okay, I see. So the general fund is only the airport, and airport is also part of general fund, right?
Correct.
Okay.
No. The airport, all of the funding sources, the 4 funding sources listed on page 1 of the item are all independent funding sources.
Okay.
The district funds are those received from the assessments. Gas tax funds are funds that the city independently receives. Airport funds are directly from the airport enterprise funds that are appropriated to the operating budget to pay for the costs of direct assessments to airport properties that special benefit from the street lighting. And then the general funds are monies from the city's general fund that pay for assessments directly to city properties other than airport properties, like parks, city properties, things of that nature.
I see. All right, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? If not, I'll take a number and title and take a motion to concur recommendation of Public Works Director.
Your Honor, there's 3 resolutions. The first is resolution number 2024-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, initiating proceedings for the levy and collection of assessments within the City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1 for fiscal year 2024-2025, pursuant to the provisions of Part 2 of Division 15 of the Streets and Highways Code and as provided for by Article 13D of the California Constitution. Resolution number 2024-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the report of the engineer in connection with the levy and collection of assessments within City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1 for fiscal year 2024-2025, pursuant to the provisions of Part 2 of Division 15 of the Streets and Highways Code, as provided for by Article 13D of the California Constitution. And the last is resolution number 2024-27, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments within the City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1 for fiscal year 2024-2025, pursuant to the provisions of Part 2 of Division 15 of the Streets and Highways Code and as provided for by Article 13D of the California Constitution, appointing a time and place for public hearing.
Clerk, may we do this in one motion? Also?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I move that we adopt resolutions 2024-25, 2024-26, and 2024-27.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9E from Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Shin Furukawa from the Public Works Department. Item 9E is a recommendation to, 1, approve the plans and specifications for the Torrance School Safety and Accessibility Program I-188 for Fern Elementary and Seaside Elementary Schools. 2, adopt a finding that the project is categorically exempt under CEQA Guidelines Section 15301C for existing facilities. 3, to award a public works agreement to Gentry General Engineering of Colton, California in the amount of $4,297,238 and authorize a 10% contingency of $429,724 for construction of the I-188 project. And finally, 4, to approve a temporary construction easement deed with the city, between the city and the Torrance Unified School District to allow for access during construction to the district-owned portion of Sharin Lane in front of Seaside Elementary School. The Torrance School Safety and Accessibility Program I-188 involves infrastructure improvements in the vicinity of several elementary schools within the city of Torrance to encourage walking and alternate modes of travel. The project being considered tonight involves improvements around Fern Elementary and Seaside Elementary. More specifically, the improvements consist of localized replacement of damaged sidewalks, curb and gutter, driveways, curb ramps, and cross gutters, as well as tree root pruning, tree replacements, pedestrian push buttons, and pedestrian signal improvements, and the installation of bicycle lanes and bicycle routes, and signage and striping enhancements. It is recommended that the City Council approve the construction contract to Gentry General Engineering, whose bid was approximately 13% lower than the engineer's estimate. Gentry has previously completed 3 similar projects within the city, and it should be noted that 86% of the project costs are being funded by Measure M competitive grant funds, which the city successfully applied for in 2018. Finally, staff is recommending the approval of a temporary construction easement with TUSD to allow work on Shurin Lane in front of Seaside Elementary, as the district actually owns the entire north half of the roadway, including the sidewalk. Once the project is completed, the roadway and sidewalk in front of the school will be dedicated by the district to the City of Torrance. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchap. I just speak so you don't think that nobody cares from the public. Of course they care, but they just don't speak on it. Anyway, I'm very happy with spending money on our children's and sidewalk and all that thing. I just don't know what you can approve on it because the whole I'm sorry my English, because the only improvement around schools should be parking spaces. You know what I mean? Push button or no push button, the guy comes out, holds up the stop sign, and then stops the traffic. Otherwise, nobody would go anyplace. Anyway, it's a very good thing, spending money on our children. I just don't know what else can you improve any of that area. And, of course, my daughter went to school every 2 years through a construction site. Because that's what we remember.
Any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, any members of the council wish to speak? I see someone's ready to do a motion. May I have a number and title, please? I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of Public Works.
I move that we approve the temporary construction easement deed, approve plans and specifications, award Public Works agreement, and adopt categorical exemption under CEQA Section 15301C, existing facilities Class 1 for the Torrance School Safety and Accessibility Program I-188.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9F from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Gabrielle Imai, Management Aide at City Manager's Office. Item 9F is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve friendship city agreements with the cities of Oshu, a city located in Iwate Prefecture, Japan, and Bizen, a city located in Okayama Prefecture, Japan, and adopt a resolution authorizing the establishment of friendship city relations with Oshu, Japan, and adopt a resolution authorizing the establishment of friendship city relations with Bizen, Japan. On January 21st, 2024, Councilmember Kaji received concurrence from City Council to request staff to proceed with the friendship city application process and to reach out to Oshu, a city located in Iwate Prefecture, Japan, and a city located in Okayama Prefecture, Bizen, Japan, in order to proceed forward with friendship city relationships. Additionally, this would also attract the growing demand by Japanese Dodger fan bases to specifically visit the city of Torrance when attending games. The purpose of choosing these cities is that they are the hometowns of recently signed superstars, LA Dodger-based baseball players Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. By creating friendship city relations with these cities, Torrance will be able to capitalize on attracting international baseball fans interested in seeing these players. Additionally, Torrance will be at the center of encouraging American baseball fans to visit these players' hometowns and potentially allow for Little League youth exchange opportunities, among other mutual economic and cultural exchange benefits, including economic development, business development, tourism, athletic competition, art, and technology. Since the approval of the request to explore the possibilities of establishing friendship cities with Oshu and Bizen, Both cities have responded to our outreach. Beeson has already sent representatives to the city of Torrance, and they have plans to return to the summer with their mayor and school students, and are pushing to approve from their council to form a friendship city relationship with Torrance. OSHA has responded via email and is interested in pursuing the relationship as well. Both cities are willing to share with their respective councils for approval. The agreements and resolutions are attached to this item. These agreements are similar to ones that we have done in the past, and minor wording revisions may be made depending on the other cities, but the intent is included here. The City Council is being requested to review the attached documents to approve proceedings with establishing friendship city agreements with the cities of Oshu and Beeson, Japan. If approved, the process for signatures by both mayors will need to be arranged. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Good evening. My name is Debbie Hayes. I'm wearing my Discover Torrance hat, which is our city's Visitors Bureau, and I think it's a fabulous idea. I love seeing all of our visitors coming from Japan going to the baseball games. Even when I was in Santa Monica recently, we ran into some Japanese visitors who had just come home from a game, and they had one of the Otani's home runs on video and whatnot. So there's a really special vibe going on in Torrance, and I think it'll be a fabulous exchange between all of our cities. So I'm all for it myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
James Henry. Can I see the business contracts signed by these friendship cities in Japan? Why does this city continue to brown nose these cities in Japan when our elected officials should be concentrating their efforts on making the city of Torrance a profitable city, not depending on taxpayer dollars?
Thank you for your comment. I think we're not brown-nosing anyone. We are continuing to work hard to bring in revenue for our city and be prosperous, and this actually complements our strategy to make Torrance a thriving city. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I kind of divided on this thing because my daughter likes sushi, and we have Japanese friends, you know, and I speak a little Japanese. And my problem is with these things, you know. Dodgers can do business without your friendship city, just as good as with your friendship city. But we have so much friendship city now and sister city, you know. You should stay here in Torrance, you know, Goober. You should take care of the business here. You know, the $600 million, did you hear about, you know, the unfunded liabilities? Maybe we should think about that. And how much money is this would bring in? How much you gonna spend on this? You know, just stay here, Goober. You are the mayor of Torrance. You know, just stay here.
Thank you, sir. I just want to clarify some of the comments. These efforts we're doing is not in lieu of working on our city issues in our financial, you know, discipline. So this is complementary. Just want to make sure everyone understands that it's not in lieu of. Anyone else in the public who wishes to speak? All right. Any members of the council? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm glad that this item is coming forward tonight. I think since I brought this up back in January, the baseball season started. The LA Dodgers are in first place in the West. Both Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto are performing at the highest levels in Major League Baseball. If you go to Del Amo and go to some of our sporting goods stores, you'll see on display all of their jerseys. And if you talk to any of those retailers, they'll tell you that they're selling like hotcakes. If you go to LA Dodger Stadium, you'll see, in effect, the number of foreign visitors, as well as our own local LA Dodger fans who are packing out the baseball park, not only here, but wherever the Dodgers are playing throughout the U.S. So there is a very distinct positive economic impact as a result of these two players, and also other foreign players who are in Major League Baseball. So I think for us, I'll have to say this too, a certain city next door declared Shohei Ohtani Day. They stole our idea, so I'm taking that personally, but I do believe that by associating with both of their hometowns, that will send a signal not only throughout Japan, but throughout Asia that our city is special. Our city is a safe place for them to visit when they do visit Dodger Stadium. And I think we're already seeing the impacts here on the ground at the hotels that I've been visiting, talking to their general managers. So that positive economic impact has already begun, and I look forward to this only increasing as we go forward. And it's not generating, it doesn't require a special tax from us. It just increases the amount of economic benefit that comes to our city. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I think I see a motion. Let me make sure I do this. First of all, I'm going to ask the city clerk for number and title, please. Then I'll take the motion.
Your Honor, the first resolution is 2024-28, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing the establishment of a friendship city relationship with Bison, Okayama Prefecture in Japan. The second is resolution number 2024-29, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing the establishment of a friendship city relationship with, I don't want to butcher this. Can I have you say it, Gabriela?
With Oshu?
Oshu Iwate?
Oshu Iwate Prefecture.
Iwate Prefecture, Japan. Thank you.
I would like to defer the motion to Councilmember Kaji since he did bring it forward.
I make that motion.
And I'll second it.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you all. Item 10A was discussed in public hearing earlier. There are no agency agendas. There are no second reading of ordinances. I'm going to go ahead with oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the oral communications are limited to oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. Are there any members of the public who did not speak on oral communications number 1 who wish to speak now? Please step up to the microphone. I don't see any. And now I'll go to the council for oral communications number 2, starting with Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to congratulate everyone on thank them on their hard work with the Armed Forces Day Parade. Remember that Monday is Memorial Day. Green Hills Memorial Park offers one of the most respected events on Memorial Day. So you're welcome there, but also in the afternoon, you can also then stop by the corner and read and listen as the individuals that dedicated their lives to our safety and our country are honored as well. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Councilwoman Kalani took what I was going to say. Just an appreciation for everyone, including staff. Definitely for those who come in and volunteer from the community organizations. That weekend is absolutely my favorite event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
I got nothing. Thank you.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Also want to congratulate our staff and officers for doing a great job on Armed Forces Day Parade. Additionally, I want to remind everyone again about the May the 23rd. Please come raise your voices. The transit, they're providing the buses to take you guys to LA board meeting. So be there at 8 a.m. and let the board know your voices, your concerns. Also, we had an opportunity to attend ICSC conference in Vegas. We were there for 2 days. We promoted the city of Torrance, and we had a lot of meetings. Very well organized trip. I want to thank our staff, doing a great job. I think we did a fabulous job in meeting with a lot of executives, senior executives, and try to promote locally what is needed and how we can work collaboratively with the existing local businesses here so we can promote the city of Torrance and bringing more businesses from neighboring cities here. We met with multiple vendors, the retailers, the developers, and I think I'm very positive we'll bring a couple of businesses in the city of Torrance. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Shake. Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Chief Hart and the Torrance Police Department, Torrance Transit, and everyone who arranged a wonderful Armed Forces Day Parade. And happy Memorial Day. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just returned this afternoon from a trip to Salem, Oregon, where I participated in my youngest daughter's college commencement. So I'm looking forward to next year's Armed Forces Day Parade, which will be my first. But also happy Memorial Day to everyone. Thank you.
Well, Councilman Kaji, next year is the Army's 250th year, and they really want to make it big. So I'm glad you will be there. And thank you, Councilman Shake, for, I went with Councilman Shake with some our city manager and assistant city manager, Jen over there, and Ian and Sunny, to the ICSC, which is the International Conference for Shopping Centers. And, I know we talked about an earlier item where some members thought we're not, reaching out locally or domestically. We're reaching out everywhere. There's really no boundaries, but we're reaching out with targeted outreach to bring in the kind of business attraction we want in our city when we're looking for the long term. So I just want to make sure that the audience is aware that we're doing both locally, domestically, and internationally. But we're not just randomly going out, as Councilman Kaji. The city of Oshu and Beeson were very strategic outreaches. So thank you, Councilman Shake, for coming with me. I think that quick trip, we made some good connections. And I think doing business is making the relationship we need. I echo all my colleagues on thanking, I know the police department took the leadership role on the very successful Armed Forces Day Parade, and the entire South Bay platoon who actually came and helped us. And it can't be done just with the police officers. The entire city stepped up. If you just look at chain link fences, trees trimmed, parking patrol, everybody stepped up for one of the biggest events of our city. And, on behalf of my colleagues and I, we want to thank you all for all the sacrifices you make to make it a safe and a wonderful, enjoyable, I would say it's not just a parade, it's the Armed Forces weekend celebration event. And we roll into next week, just like Councilwoman Kalani said. We're going to celebrate Memorial Day, where we honor those who's passed. And I will be at the Green Hills Memorial celebration next Monday. I've been going there. I think every year you guys had one. It's a wonderful event there, and I always look forward to the paratroopers, especially. Hopefully the weather's okay this year. I know last year they got waved off at the last moment. So thank you everyone for participating with us. And I just want to check with the city manager if we're going to go back. So I will conclude the meeting with the public at this moment. And thank you for your active participation. And I want to thank the City Cable for sharing our meetings live. If you missed this portion of the meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. And we will now recess to closed session. Thank you. It's 11:48. We have returned from closed session. City Manager, anything to report out?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I move that we adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Maureen O'Donnell till Tuesday, June 4th, 2024 at 5 p.m. for closed session with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. in the council chamber. Tuesday, May 28th is a dark night.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Shake? Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani voting no.
Okay. All right, thank you. Good night, everyone.